Whoa. Mira, tío, Jeff. Whoa. Yeah. Whoa.
Chero.
Take a look around, my friend. You find such interesting things, Bayek.
Sonnet Meriet Sen. Yahnet Harry.
Always good to see you.
Hier, het Jan.
Yano.
The bomb,
Why are you hiding amongst these ruins?
a Magi. The gods.
It's a nice weapon. It has an unusual make.
When my father gave it to me, it was taller than me by 3 hands. Boys teased me without mercy. Now it's a sadness to me.
Sandstorm coming.
Did you see that near the entrance? There are markings on the wall.
I saw. There is a symbol upon us, but it is changed slightly.
They look ancient. What is this place?
You are fast along the rocks, Rai.
I know these caverns. They are a natural temple. What is that necklace you wear?
An old eagle skull.
I hope it brings us luck. Gods, it's beautiful. I could stay here for hours. Okay, enough of the view. We have to plan. Wherever the bandits come from, my brothers will be ready for them in the ruins. I'll stay up here and keep watch. When they show, I'll give a signal. Then I'll attack from behind.
I mean no disrespect, Rai, but you are not soldiers. These bandits are killers. Your farmer friends may not walk away from this fight.
I know, Bayo. I'm scared out of my mind. If your family died in your arms,
Wind is picking up. Not good.
With you, we have a chance. These
Magi,
bandits...
you've returned!
Yes, your sister is staying on Ikli. These ruins and I could use the oil jars to set traps for the bandits. Either way, I should speak to Rai's brother again. I am ready.
Then we wait and pray.
I could use the oil jars to set traps for the bandits. Either way, I should speak to Rai's brother again when I am ready.
See you later.
did it!
But there are more of them out there, and they will return. They were after Father's bow.
What? All this just for an old bow? Gods, why? It doesn't make sense. I would have given it to them.
Maybe we still can.
They would have killed you anyway. There is only one way to stop men like this. I have to hunt down their leader.
I saw them come in from the southeast. They could be camping in the foothills nearby.
And that is where I will begin my search.
Bayek, before you go, please, take the bow. We'll be safer if you have it. It was damaged in the fighting, and it only brings me sadness now anyway.
I'm sure it still has some power. You honor me, Rai. The bow is Egyptian, but older than anything I have seen. It is deceptively light, and the balance is perfect. The limbs are made partly of a strange black stone. It is familiar. I will look into it after I've dealt with this murderous leader. Whoa.
What? Time to rest in peace! He's in range!
A letter from the bandit leader. He's collecting ancient weapons. He wanted this bow so badly he killed for it. But why? He is not here. They have a new hideout in a nearby tomb. They think themselves unfindable. Well, my friends, here I come. This must be the place. The bandit leader is in this tomb. Gods. This is ancient. There is something unusual about the stonework. The markings are similar to those on Rai's bow.
Black stone. Red country rock. Full of black stone.
This place is heavily guarded.
Die, idiot! I'll have your guts out! You're finished!
Murderous, greedy Nekatiadet. He will not be troubling the farmers anymore. He was carrying shards of black stone, probably found in the tomb beyond. It is the same material used on Rai's bow. It fits. Should do the trick. Now it is a fine weapon. The Great Sphinx. It is smaller than I expected. A hidden entrance. How long has this been here? Ah, a dead end. Does not make sense. Oh, there must be a way forward. Moon. What is this? This is not Egyptian.
Retransmission. Segment 6. Acquiring contemporaneity. It has been 109 days since the Great Catastrophe. The messenger speaks.
Wake up. Not from a dreamless sleep or an absence of light, but from a reality that will soon cease to be. Wake up. The next chapter is unstoppable. And yet, the greatest revolutions sometimes originate from the confines of impossibility, do they not? Change your mind, subvert your perception, stop this world, bend it into something new. Destiny is not an irony. Here I am, imploring a lesser version of myself to do what I could never do. In this timeless moment, you and I are a bridge, both of us from different eras meeting halfway at the narrowing of the hourglass in this ocean of sand. It is not enough to tell time. You must learn time. Well, you're shielding this disease, delay, and in so doing, escape the inescapable. Fill in the blanks, the ones hiding between words, between worlds. If you do not, they will. Time told of a story that ended with us, and now it tells of a story. After the functions which run our days, we found solace in order. We were wrong. Order never served us. It has kept us within the code, within the code. You need to transgress. You have all taken an unexpected turn away. The animus was humankind's first unconscious attempt to explain it. But the animus bears a fatal flaw. It followed the rules and laws. Your animus is different, as is the mind that imagined it. It could escape. Wake up. Be the chaos that comes to be. Remember, nothing, everything is permitted.
The wind rises, and the sand with it.
Stop you! Right there!
Should not be seen in this area. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Halt! Hey! Hey, what? I'm killing you!
I saw the beast with my own eyes. Everyone is gone.
A ruined tower. I cannot leave the boy alone in the desert. I must find him. This must be the ruined tower the madman spoke about. All of his story was insanity then. Boy!
Come if you want to. My duty is to save my father.
You are just a boy, but you have the conviction of a man. Your father will be proud.
We must go. We have to hurry. The desert will take us if the hyenas do not find us first. Follow me.
Sandstorm! We must face it straight on!
I don't have the time to wait.
Your father! Are you certain he lives?
No, but I have to try. My mother...
Boy, you must stay here. The way forward is dangerous. I will do everything in my power to rescue your father.
Saving my father is my duty, not yours. I am not a boy. I am Rahotep of Dionysus. I am going.
I am Baekosiwa, and I will not take you into danger.
You are not taking me. I am taking myself.
Ah, damn you, Rahotep. I should have tied you to a tree.
You have only just met me, yet I have answered all your questions. Truthfully, I am going to save my father. You have no duty here. You cannot forbid me anything. I am not you. Stay low. Be near the rat. The gods can see us.
Rahotep, my son.
Hey, what?
I must be careful now.
You hear that?
Wait a minute. I want that.
Hey!
Hey, wait! You will regret that. You will.
Hey!
Let's go.
We need to leave this area. Quickly, this way. They left horses over here.
Hurry, let's go!
Rahotep!
Is everyone okay? Where is my father?
Rahotep, I'm sorry. The demons took him to their crocodile pit. How can anyone fight them?
Demons do not bleed as these do. Listen to me. Each of you owes your life to my father. Turo! Remember he took a lashing to protect your daughter's honor. And you! Remember he crossed the desert to get your sick father a healer. Now my father needs you. If he lives, we save him. If not, we avenge him. Either way, we fight!
Cara tutti la Truly, you are your father's son. You are right, Rahotep. Demons or not, we will follow you.
Are we ready?
We have been ready since the day the demon bandits attacked.
Kill you!
Who's there? What is happening? No more! Please! Who are you? Why are you here? A friend. Can you walk? We need to get you out of here. I don't think so. I can't see. They tortured and blinded me. There is a dock outside of the camp.
Father, you live!
The demons have
What's
taken
wrong?
my eyes, but
He
they
saved
could
us
not
all.
take my son.
He slew 5 of the demons alone, I saw
You are a
it!
man today. You have earned
Father,
your horse.
Bayek of
You
Siwa is
will
also...
always be honored
He fought
at our
with us.
village.
Your son
We
is
will
brave.
make a feast tonight.
I'm glad to have helped him.
Will you join us?
Though I doubt he will need help in the future. He will lead you well. Rahotep, what will you do now?
Look after my village and care for my father. And hunt down every one of those demon bandits. Not one will be left alive, I swear it.
You are a fine leader. Egypt needs more like you.
Listen to Hawaii.
Ah, the glorious Magi has returned. You caused quite the furor. You surprised me. Not bad for a stance.
New fighters eager for blood!
Got you now!
The arena claims another life. More bones for our animals.
Suffer by that!
Another gladiator falls. Sobek will feast. Can the Siwan survive a new wave of fighters? Can you feel the blood rising? Our hearts have a new champion. To the greatest spectacle in Egypt! The gods will be happy! The Siwan stands victorious! Here comes another wave of combatants! The hyenas enter the arena, ready to scalp! The Siwan is fighting for more than survival! The Siwan will have to face hyenas! Can you feel the blood rising? Our hearts have a new champion! Another sacrifice to the greatest spectacle in Egypt! The gods will be happy!
Suffer for that!
The arena claims another life. More bones for our animals. Victory after victory after victory! More foes step into the arena! Another gladiator falls! Tomek will feast! For more than survival!
Escape!
The arena claims another life. More bones for our passions. Gladiator falls! Tomek will feast!
You cannot escape!
You feel the blood rising! Our hearts have a new champion! For more than survival! More gladiators enter our sandy blood ring! Another sacrifice to the greatest spectacle in Egypt! They go... Only the best gladiators! All the way from Kelpe! He lands another! Another gladiator falls! Sobek will feast! The Magi connects! The Magi draws blood! The arena claims another life. More bones for our hands. Got him that time! Now they have joined us as citizens of Crocodilopolis. Hand in hand, we are building a prosperous future. Greek and Egyptian, together, united, prosperity for all! Get out of my way!
Nothing gets Ne doet echt meer gebed.
More provocateurs! Another sacrifice to the greatest spectacle in Egypt! The gods will be happy! Siwan is fighting for more than survival! Feel the blood rising! Our hearts have a new champion! The fight is not over yet! More alive! Another gladiator falls! Coming with Can the Siwan survive a new wave of fighters? Another sacrifice to the greatest spectacle in Egypt! The gods will be happy! More provocateurs! Siwan is fighting for more than survival! Can you feel the blood rising? Our hearts have a new champion! To the arena flames another life! More bones for our companions! More foes step into the arena! Another sacrifice to the greatest spectacle in Egypt! The gods will be happy! Victory for the Siwan! Here comes another wave of combatants! Can you feel the blood rising? Our hearts have a new champion! than survive! The Medjay wins! Entering the arena, he enslaves Egyptians for pleasure. The slaver Cassandros! Another gladiator falls! Summit for peace! We have a victor! The arena claims another life. More bones for our hands!
Ah, the glow.
Fresh blood for the thirsty blade! Another gladiator falls! Sobek will feast! She won this fight for more than survival! The arena claims another life! More bones for our hands! More gladiators enter our sandy blood ring! Can you feel the blood rising? Our hearts have a new champion! Hyenas will feast the fuck out of this machine! Another sacrifice to the greatest spectacle in Egypt! The gods will be happy! The hyenas enter the arena, ready to scuff! The fight is not over yet! More arrive! Another gladiator falls! Sobek will feast! Another sacrifice to the greatest spectacle in Egypt. The gods will be happy! New fighters eager for blood! That got through! The arena claims another life. More balls! Hit for the Siwan! The Siwan is fighting for more than survival. He's touched him there! The Majay wins! More foes step into the arena! And you feel the blood rising! Our hearts have a new champion! The arena claims another! More gold for our animals! Siwan is fighting for more than survival! Another sacrifice to the greatest spectacle in... Here comes another wave of combatants! Another gladiator falls! Summit will feast! Feel the blood rising! Our hearts have a new champion! Another sacrifice to the greatest spectacle in Egypt! The gods will be happy! Ah! Fresh blood for the thirsty blade! The Siwan is fighting for more than survival! The Siwan stands victorious! The fight is not over yet! More arrive! You feel the blood rising! Our hearts have a new champion! More gladiators enter our sandy bloodly! Another gladiator falls! Sobek will feast! More provocateurs! The arena claims another life! More bones! it!
have come to test the Siwan. That's the end for him. devastating blow sent him to the ground. That's the end for him. Titanic gladiator hails from the Cambrian hills of Britannia. He's a raging beast and formidable foe. He's the Ordovician. Another opponent. We have a new victor. The spectacle continues! New fighter enter! Another gladiator for the grave! You're dead! Dead! The C1 shows no mercy! Enter the arena! A devastating blow sends him to the ground! The C1 still stands, but new opponents are here to end his challenge. This will test the C1 to his limits. That's the end for him. Can the brave C1 kill yet more of our mighty gladiators of Ziren? A devastating blow sent him to the ground. To fight to the death! From the cold of his Germanic forest, here is the Subian warrior. He wears the scars of 100 battles and is ready for one more. I'll bet that one stung. Oh, well done, C1! A stunning blow! The C1 shows no mercy! Victory belongs to the C1 Gladiator!
Ηλικιώτης ανθρώπων και τέβο.
More men ready to fight to the death. Another gladiator for the grave. And the brave Siwan kill yet more of our mighty gladiators of Siren. Siwan slays another opponent. That's the end for him. The Siwan still stands, but new opponents are here to end his challenge. Another gladiator for the grave. A devastating blow sent him to the ground. No mercy. Seeking to regain his honor. Meet the hoplite. Captured alive after the death of his squire, he will stop at nothing to remedy his disgrace. Another opponent. The C1 has conquered the arena. There will be no pause in the slaughter. New blood has arrived. A devastating blow sends him to the ground. New gladiators enter the arena. Another gladiator for the grave. The spectacle continues. New fighters enter. Our savage C1s slays another opponent.
Target lined up!
That's the end for him! The C1 still stands, but new opponents are here to end his challenge. The C1 shows no mercy. Our savage C1 slays another opponent. Another gladiator for the grave. More gladiators have come to test the C1. A devastating blow sent him to the ground. The C1 shows no mercy.
I will nail him!
That's the end for him! Welcome, Antiochus, the Seleucid gladiator, master of blade and fire. The gladiator scores! Our savage C1 slays another opponent! Glory for the The spectacle continues. New fighters enter.
Got him lined up!
spectacle is not over yet. Welcome these new gladiators. More men ready to fight to the death. There will be no pause in the slaughter. New blood has arrived. And the brave Siwan kill yet more of our mighty gladiators of Siren. fortified! The mighty Siwan has won!
My second cousin once bought some ointment from that Smithos, and the next day her cat disappeared.
Είναι από Θανήν.
Oh.
Πάπα, μπέλη, πλέον μέρος η ώρα.
Ούγι γνώση.
Τι συμβαίνει.
Welcome. Can I help you? Sorry. All right. All right.
Yay.
Sorry.
Μάλα χαίρε. Ού και βιτόμι. Αφήνει συνθήκης και ανόητης.
Sorry.
Ούκαν πιένει ουδενός λόγου μου τον στρώμα.
All right.
Μου ασθενείς. Η αδελφή μου Άννη.
Sorry.
Άπαντα ακαμάτω του λέει. Είπε μη.
All right. Sorry. All right. Sorry. All right. Sorry.
Ευδαιμονή, ο Τάου.
All right.
Ήρθε ο έφορος φέρος το τίμημα του τέλους του εισοδήματος και είπε λυπούμενος για το σφάλμα του Δημόσιου Ταμείου.
Όσοι!
Λάξ!
Άουτος!
Τι ελάβνη ποιο!
Έμποροι εσύ, πολλοί πολλώντες τάπητες καλύους.
Χαίρε. Μου καλώς.
Σόλ. Σόλ.
Παύλε, αμελή άνθρωπε, πού κοράν δίνασε, μανιέγαν τάραξε.
Έπιστε.
All right.
Παύλε. Πού καίες την οφθαλμή σου εύτης, φώτισαμε.
Goodbye. Something you need, friend? Farewell, then.
Χαίρε. Τι πράττεις? Μάλα χαίρε. Ω, γείτον, πόσο χαίρομαι. Αθωώτη της κλοπής υποφάντου σήκων.
Pleasure doing business.
Κυρίου, εδώ τι μου παρακαλώ.
Ο παπας παρά του ιδίου, ίσως θαλμονίδιο κατά...
Leander wants us to keep an eye on Dio.
Ο οφθαλμούς σου κατέχει. Θεήτης δοκίμη. Πώς είναι?
Let the spectacle begin! New gladiators enter the arena! That's the end for him! 21 shows no mercy! Men ready to fight to the death! A devastating blow sends him to the ground! mercy! A devastating blow sent him to the ground. The spectacle continues. New fighters enter. Another gladiator for the grave. That's the end for him. Our savage C1 slays another opponent. Another gladiator for the grave. The C1 shows no mercy. That's the end for him. The spectacle is not over yet. Welcome these new gladiators. Our savage C1 slays another opponent. A devastating blow sent him to the ground. That's the end for him! The C1 shows no mercy! Our savage C1 slays another opponent! A devastating blow sent him to the ground! Another gladiator for the grave! Devastating blow sent him to the ground. The C1 still stands, but new opponents are here to end his challenge. The C1 shows no mercy. C1 slays another opponent. 4 gladiators have come to test the C1. Another gladiator for the grave. That's the end for him. New gladiators enter the arena! A devastating blow sent him to the ground! Nothing!
Finish, bastardos!
Another gladiator for the grave! Slays another opponent! The gladiator enters the arena! And the brave Siwan kill yet more of our mighty gladiators of Siren! The Siwan shows no mercy! For him! There will be no pause in the slaughter! New blood has arrived!
Το διακτηρίον εμένην σε. Είτε.
So this is the shining city of Cyrene. Let's see how Romans have brought so-called civilization to the Greeks here. Gods here are vigilant.
Continue, Stratus! Serpentons Dieu!
De popote ora carciapti la
Τι συμβανέστη! Παιδες, λέξον μη!
My most sincere apologies, Thanasis.
Silence! I'm thinking.
If Diocles was my lover, I would chain him to the bed before I let him leave.
Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Sandstorm coming. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah.
هنهريد نوحد ياهو
نم سنيو جريان
وسير انا تشير تعال إيرتي يوجي
What's wrong with you?
En nachte, hiert en berg.
Heresy is a shit.
فين؟
هابي نت.
Clear the way! Hurry, run!
Oh. سو نون ردت.
شد خير صاحب عنب هم عرف تتسخت
Here, here, Rubina. Here, خدت يا.
Weekend.
Move! Now! You! Move! Now!
Right position گرفت
ها خيرتي أنخ.
Out of my way! Explain yourself.
This area is off limits.
Stop him! Hey, what the? I'll kill you.
I am known.
Clear off now!
Hey, are you an idiot?
إني سجلت.
Move! Hurry!
Hencherie.
Haamun, seti erdeni eni.
Jeren.
Move! Move!
Απαπέφυλη, τι ουνοράζεις.
Idiodin. Ora.
Out of the way!
Irie, hem anju.
Clear off! Now! Clear the way! Hurry!
Hemset her awyes.
Clear off! Whoa. Yeah?
Ay, tayuralu.
Halt! They will attack on sight here.
Stop that man! Halt! Stay there!
Get out of my way!
Nothing gets through, all right?
Clear off!
Madman!
What are you doing? Out of the way!
Sätt fine! Jag har sett högt ju!
Hier. Très bien.
C'est Jerry.
Thief!
Move! Move!
Had you ever seen the Queen before?
Clear the way.
Hey! Wait a sec. Whoa. Eat it. Shemeni.
Shadow?
Move! Move! Out of the way! Halt!
Now!
Clear the way!
Guys, what are you?
Bean.
Clear off now!
هيا طيب.
تعابس نفر.
هانتشي.
Hemsek.
Can we smell? تعابس نفر.
Get out of my way!
Any sigil?
قدمت ماري.
بدلوا.
Clear off! Hurry! Move! Move! Hurry! Clear the way! Out of the way!
Ha, geçeru. Here. Oh! Ah!
Yeah, I am.
Time.
Hey, you! Hey, wait! You die. Stop you! Right there!
Get in position!
Move! Do it!
Distract the enemy! I will push on!
Block the road behind me. I will get through.
Get out! They have hit you! Hurry! One man!
Distract the enemy! I will push on!
هي جد.
You
Oh.
Welcome to... Alexander's plan to build his great city began with a verse from Homer's Odyssey. There is, in front of Egypt, in the sea with many swells, an island called Pharos. Guided by these clues, Alexander the Great founded his future city at the western end of the Nile Delta. Though Alexander considered this location ideal for his great city, it presented considerable challenges. Too difficult to access during... The Great Walls of Alexandria had a humble beginning. Lacking chalk to outline the future city's foundations, architects were forced to use flour instead. Clouds of migrating birds swept down and ate the flour, erasing the plans. This prompted Alexander to seek guidance from the oracles. Excavations led by Mahmud Bey el-Falaki in the 19th century. These formidable ancient walls would resist a number of attacks, including fending off the king of Syria in 169 BCE. It wasn't until 295 CE that they eventually fell to Roman Emperor Diocletian, and this only after 8 months of relentless assault. Alexandria's principal architect, Dinocrates, chose a Hippodamian grid plan. The grid maximized. A central corridor ran from the Alexandria was most likely built upon an already existing Egyptian village. Upon its completion, the Egyptians reviled the city, refusing to call it by its founder's name. Instead, they called it Raked, the building, as a mark of disdain, which was later Hellenized into Rakotis. Despite this, the name Alexandria would remain.
Welcome to The origin of the word pyramid is controversial. Most believe that it originates with the Greek word pyramis, which referred to a bread of conical shape. Life and death in ancient Egypt were modeled on the cycle of the sun. The perfect shape of the smooth-faced pyramid became associated with the metaphor of the pharaoh transformed into one of the sun's rays in death. Pyramids represented the Benben, the primordial mound of the Heliopolitan creation myth. These stories permeated every aspect of Egyptian life to a greater or lesser extent. During the pre-dynastic period, the development of funerary practices was different, depending on whether one was located in Lower Egypt or Upper Egypt. Well before the pyramid, there was the burial pits. It is on the site of Merimde Beni Salame in Lower Egypt that we find the oldest funerary site, dating back to 5000 BCE. Study of the tombs revealed that the bodies of the deceased were deposited in a shallow grave. In Upper Egypt, pre-dynastic practices are easier to study, but reveal more complex funerary. During the three Nagata periods ranging from 4000 BCE to 3005, the term mastaba, meaning massive bench in dialectal Arabic, refers to a form of funerary architecture that was... The arrangement of the substructure of the mastaba evolved during the course of the 6th dynasty would see art used to its utmost. The entire surface of a mastaba would be covered in scenes of daily life, illustrating the prosperity of those lucky enough to comfortably spend eternity near the pyramid of a pharaoh. The best example of this type of mastaba is the tomb of Mereruka in Saqqara. Welcome to Bringer of Life, the River Nile. The ancient Egyptians called the dark fertile soil of the Nile the Black Lands, and the surrounding desert was referred to as the Red Lands. The dramatic difference of productive land opposed to barren desert had a deep influence on... The Nile determined much of Egyptian civilization. For example, the seasonal cycle of the Nile was so consistent that ancient Egyptians created their calendar around it. The flood season, or Akhet, was when the departing floodwaters left arable soil for crops. The River Nile, flowing from the south to the north, neatly traversed through both Upper and Lower Egypt. All of Egypt's major cities were built along this narrow ribbon of life. Protected by mountain ranges and deserts which acted as natural barriers to enemies, and sustained by the Nile's plants and wildlife, Egyptian civilization enjoyed economic and cultural prosperity for over 4,000 years. Both ancient Egyptians and ancient Greeks referred to the Nile as the river in their respective languages. Stretching a distance of over 6,700 kilometers, the Nile is one of the longest rivers in the world. It flows south to north, spanning 11 countries. The River Nile originates in the region of the Great Subequatorial Lakes, including one of the largest in the world, Lake Victoria near Tanzania. The river flows through African equatorial forests, swamps, volcanic lands, steppes, and deserts, splitting apart for a while and picking up various sediments from each region and carrying them all the way to Egypt. Its main artery, known as the White Nile, rejoins with the Blue Nile in Khartoum. This is where it weaves through rich deposits of silt and nutrients, carrying them along in its wake. The Nile crosses 6 cataracts from the south to the north, creating natural obstacles between the various sections of the river. The cataracts are long zones of about 100 kilometers, where the bubbling and rapidly swirling waters advance tumultuously amid enormous heaps of rocks and benches of hard stone. It is after crossing Nubia and the First Cataract that the river officially returns to Egypt in Aswan. There are still 1,000 kilometers before it reaches Cairo and the Delta, bringing life to those living on its shores before it eventually empties into the Mediterranean Sea. Ancient Egyptian irrigation and water use was centered around the Nile. However, they also had access to streams and rivers, as well as several large lakes. The Delta, situated at the north end of the Nile, also known as Lower Egypt, is a large irrigated area where the river splits into several tributaries. The Delta had several major brackish coastal lakes, bodies of water separated from the sea by thin strips of land. A mix of deep to shallow waters, salt swamps, and sand plains, these lakes were refuge to a wealth of species, as well as water and land plants. The occasional bandit could also be found sheltering within the denser reeds, waiting for the unwary traveler.
Welcome to Osiris, the first mummy. The oldest mummies recovered date from... Ideologically, the will to preserve the body is not explained in any way until 3600 BCE. Osiris was mainly known as the god of the dead and the god of resurrection. It is Plutarch who gives the most simplified and complete summary of the story. Within Egyptian mythology, the ritual used to bring Osiris back to life essentially depicts how he became the first mummy. It is why, on the sarcophagi of kings, we often find Isit and Nephthys represented as the magicians who restore life to the deceased.
Welcome to... Whether workers were employed for the pyramid construction or at the quarries, the government supplied food and housing. Workers for the pyramids and royal necropolises were housed in more permanent villages, such as the famous Deir el-Medina. Quarry workers had more temporary lodgings. Skilled architect. While some quarry... Whenever possible, blocks were toppled from a higher elevation onto the sled. Workers then poured water onto the clay at the front of the sled, creating a slick surface to more easily move the load. It wasn't until the New Kingdom that animals were used to tow the burden. During flood season, the Nile was at its... The Uwadi el-Jarf papyri detail a limestone lode intended for the Khufu pyramid that weighed in at 70 to 80 tons, or 30 blocks. One papyrus is a fragment from a foreman's notes taken while working on the Great Pyramid. It details the transportation of limestone blocks from the Tura quarries to the construction site of the pyramid. The other papyri are shipping stone cargo general. River transportation was the most efficient way to ferry stone blocks between the quarry and the construction site. Blocks were transported by flotillas of several types of boats. The most detailed illustration of transport by river is a relief of Queen Hatshepsut's barge with an accompanying flotilla.
Welcome to. Evidence of advanced medical procedures have been found on mummies, and ancient Egyptians left detailed medical writings from diagnosis to follow-up treatment. One of the oldest known surgical studies is the Edwin Smith Papyrus. It's one of the first documents in history that notes an association between the integrity of the brain. Another similar document, the Ebers Medical Papyrus, is over 20 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. It details treatments of 48 surgical cases and contains 877 paragraphs describing various diseases. Remedies were considered as medicine and carried by doctors and priests. Village doctors often had another job alongside their medical duties and the preparation of medicines. A cure for blindness was made of fermented honey, ochre, and coal. The science behind it was that honey functioned as an antiseptic and antibacterial, while ochre would reduce the swelling. All of their knowledge did not always suffice. Ramses II died of an infection caused by an abscessed tooth. Excavations all over Egypt have uncovered enormous quantities of pottery vessels of all shapes and sizes. The production of pottery was mainly confined to the outskirts of settlements due to the materials required and to keep the kiln smoke away from inhabited spaces. The function of the product determined the selection of the raw material. Its pottery was essential. The potter's wheel, quartzite potsherds could be found anywhere and were the most common canvas for writing or drawing, in comparison to the more expensive papyrus sheets. Named after their Greek description, ostraca contained daily life records, letters, or could be drawn upon. Artists drew sketches for temples and tombs, or simply for leisure.
Welcome to Bread and... While the Mesopotamians invented beer, including using a straw to avoid the sediments and herbs, ancient Egyptians perfected the brewing method. Egyptian beer's quality was determined by alcohol strength, color, and flavor. During the Pharaonic era, beer was the most commonly used and important alcoholic beverage. The state and temples used it a lot. Beer was the popular drink of ceremonies and festivals. The Festival of Drunkenness was even dedicated to it. Considered to be quite nutritional, beer was also significant in the day-to-day lives of ancient Egyptians. Egyptian adults and children consumed beer with all of their meals, and medical texts include hundreds of remedies that contain beer. It remained the most popular alcoholic beverage until the Roman era. Recipes for beer varied over time and depended on the quality of the materials. Bakers and brewers typically worked alongside one another at the same workshop or house. Many families often produced the quantity appropriate to their own consumption, with better quality. Once baked, bread would be crumbled into the brew to start the fermentation process. Adding grain enzymes would break down the starches, turning them into sugar and creating a thick mash. Once ready, the bread and grain mixture was compressed and then strained through a sieve with water into the mix of malt beer. Once fermented, the beer mash was transferred to large containers and once smooth, the beer was stored in pottery jars. Food was prepared on the floor until the Middle Kingdom, when cooking benches were introduced. The introduction of durum wheat improved bread quality, meaning that the upper and middle classes ate better. The poor, however, still... Dough was kneaded by hand. Ancient Egyptians always had to fight off the omnipresent sand particles that were blown towards them. Despite their best efforts, sand regularly made its way into their food. Additionally, particles from the grain-grinding stone tools and ovens they used also contributed to attrition and prematurely worn teeth. The team tried to portray this through toothache animations and commoners sweeping sand off. Ancient Egyptians always had to...
Welcome to Oil in Ancient Egypt. Castor, sesame, and moringa were the source of the most common oils in ancient Egypt. Oil was used for various purposes: cosmetics, medical treatments, nutrition, perfume, athletics, and rituals, to name a few. The team decided to use oil as an explosive to add more gameplay opportunities for the player. Ancient Egyptians originally used castor oil in wick lamps, but also for cosmetics, such as facial and hair treatments. There is mention in some papyrus of castor oil being prescribed to treat constipation and help pregnant women. Castor beans were found in ancient Egyptian tombs as early as 4000 BCE. Castor oil was made by pressing the beans from the plant of the same name. Olive trees were present though scarce in ancient Egypt's early history, and olives were mostly imported from Syria and Palestine. Their use and cultivation remained uncommon until the mass arrival of Greek settlers during the reign of the Ptolemies, when demand increased sharply. Olive trees were normally found in the region of the Fayum and the lands surrounding Alexandria. Welcome to the mummification process used by ancient Egyptians was highly ceremonial in nature. The different types of mummification took into account the social level and richness of the deceased and even included animals. The most expensive was that reserved for the pharaoh and the royal family, as well as some of the wealthiest members of the court. The first step was cleaning. Once bodies arrived at the mummification site, they were placed on inclined tables while the bodily fluids drained away. They were then cleansed by priests until they were deemed ready for the purification process. The purification of the body began with a libation from sacred water. The priest then fumigated. Once the body was properly purified, embalmers removed the... After taking care of the brain, embalmers made an incision on the left flank and carefully set aside the viscera. The inside of the body was also rinsed with palm wine. Then the embalmers filled the belly with pure myrrh, cinnamon, and other perfumes. Canopic jars were placed close to the sarcophagus or kept in a chest nearby. At first, the viscera were wrapped in tissue and placed in the vases. As the ritual requirements became more elaborate, ointments, spices, and even water and natron were added to the process. Towards the middle of the New Kingdom, canopic jars assumed the appearance of the 4 sons of Horus. They were known as the protectors of the viscera. These protectors had their own guardians, each a god. Natron is a naturally occurring mineral found in evaporite. These sedimentary rocks are made up of mineral salts and were generally mined from lake beds in Egypt. Embalmers used natron as a desiccant to dry the flesh and stop the corpse's putrefaction process. Once the body was fully desiccated by the natron treatment, in addition to the jewelry and amulets, masks were an important part of a mummy's finery. Early wooden funeral cartonnage evolved to cover. Cartonnage envelopes were usually covered with. Once the mummy was properly wrapped and adorned, the embalmers proceeded with the ceremony. There were no... The last stage of this long ritual was the act of touching the mouth with the adze to symbolically allow the breath of life to infuse an inert body. Its performance was reserved for a very specific set of people: priests who wore the mask of the god Anubis, a close relative of the family, or by the heir to the throne. Welcome to the importance of mummies. The first hieroglyph for embalmer appeared in pyramid texts of the Old Kingdom. It is likely that embalming was a trade that progressed alongside the evolution of ancient Egyptian funeral practices. While we still know nothing of how embalming came to, the mummification techniques were jealously guarded by embalmers from generation to generation. Despite their efforts, Herodotus and the Uabet, meaning the pharaoh, had access to the most elaborate of mummification rituals. The richer, the least costly embalming option. Egyptian civilization has always. The Egyptomania phenomenon was heralded by Napoleon Bonaparte's Egyptian campaign, which lasted from 1798 to 1802. By 1868, mass tourism began in Egypt under the aegis of the Cook Agency. The rich would indulge in leisure trips to Egypt and thanks to those dubious parties, the fantasy of a mummy coming back to life, seeking revenge on its defilers, was born. The mummy malediction myth has remained steady in popular culture ever since, particularly in written media and cinema.
Welcome to Amulets and Rituals. Ancient Egyptians believed the world was a chaotic place, filled with supernatural forces. They knew that art and words gave. Priests would infuse amulets with magical energy during religious ceremonies, imbuing them with protective magic to safeguard against supernatural powers. The wealthiest of Egyptians could obtain a divinely ordained pendant in which was hidden a magic formula inscribed on a piece of papyrus. It would act as a unique spell tailored. Religion was so. There was a complete calendar of each of the religious days, both good and bad, illustrating the appropriate daily rituals. Along with wine, milk, and ointments, offerings to the gods consisted of small amulets to life-size statues and family shrines. During the Greco-Roman period, offerings to the gods consisted of mummified animals, cats for Bastet, dogs for Anubis, and birds. Deemed messengers of the gods, it was oracles that guided the Greek sailor Batos to the coast of Libya, where he founded a colony known as Cyrene. During Alexander the Great's campaign to conquer Persia, he consulted the oracle at the Temple of Amun within the oasis of Siwa, and was subsequently ordained a divine being. Welcome to Temple. During rituals and festivals, the god was carried on a solar. Ancient Egyptians believed that Ra, the sun god, traveled the skies in a boat known as the solar barge. The solar barge was... The god Ra believed mankind was conspiring against him. Unlike the daily rituals that took place in the temple and were performed by priests, festivals allowed the entire population. The importance of these festivals is demonstrated by their longevity. Records show the temple hierarchy consisted of high priests, several types of priests, scribes, and servants. The high priest was known. Egyptian priests were not confined to solely religious tasks, and in fact had crucial roles in Egypt's administration, most of which served. Scribes were custodians of the sacred sciences. Some priests were associated with the funeral rites and were considered the group with medical knowledge. The servants of the Ka were low-ranking priests who carried food and offerings in funerary rituals. Priests and all the officials who served the temple. The most sacred part of the temple was referred to. Pharaohs and their priests often chose the site of these sacred temples because the naos was where the god statue stood. The representation of the deity was usually in stone or wood and decorated with gold, silver, and precious stones. Smaller temples had only one naos, while larger complexes, such as the Temple of Karnak, had many chambers to honor gods, such as Amun, Ptah, and Osiris. Each statue was believed to be a receptacle for the presence or essence of the god's Ka, enabling it to take a physical form. Through the statue, the god came to the shrine to eat, drink, and communicate with the pharaoh, or with the priests standing in for the pharaoh.
Welcome to Temples and Priests. From its foundation, the city of Memphis favored worship of the god Ptah. The main temple of Ptah was known as Hutkaptah, meaning Palace of the Ka of Ptah. The name of the temple, translated into Greek as Aegyptos, would eventually evolve into the modern name Egypt. Temples were the center of religious, political, and economic life. Located in the center of Memphis, the Temple of Ptah was the most prominent and imposing building in the city. The long walkway leading toward the temple, known as the Dromos, was guarded by rows of sphinxes. The entire sacred area was designed to keep the statue of the god protected, deep within the sacred enclosures that surrounded it. The Dromos opened into a courtyard, with a surrounding portico graced with columns carved to resemble palm trees. During special festivals, the general population was allowed to enter this location, but under no circumstances. Erosion has destroyed the original engravings, making it difficult to determine when it was created. The size of the imposing sculpture reflects the importance it had to the temple during the New Kingdom. In Egyptian culture, some animals were associated with gods, while others were considered to be living gods. The Apis bull was believed to be a divine entity. Originally the symbol of fertility, the Apis bull was linked to the god Ra. The Apis bull lived with its harem in a sacred barn. Like other living divinities, the mortal incarnation. the Apis bull was prayed to, and when it died, it was given a luxurious funeral, which included mummification. Until the reign of Ramses II, ancient Egyptians believed that temple rituals were essential to maintain details of the ceremony. The high priest would... The god was then washed with... Heredity was the primary source of new recruits. Rarely was an outsider allowed this position. High priest can... In the 21st... The educational institution in ancient Egypt... Only two... Not limited to instruction for young students, the House of Life was a source of reference for many scholars, with rooms dedicated to papyri of many disciplines. Because papyri were preserved there, the ancient Egyptian economy was based on an unequal system. There are records of pharaohs making offerings of large tracts of land and animals. Palaces, warehouses, and granaries were built inside the temple compound to better control the redistribution of goods. The size of the recorded numbers of goods, combined with every other function filled by temples, only serves to confirm their might as economic, religious, and political centers of power within Egypt. Welcome to Wine in... When the god Horus lost his arm, a millennia-old tradition. Documentation showed Egyptians had different kinds of wines, most of which ranged in quality from good to very good. The sweet shadé, to which honey had been added. The soft negem, obtained by drying the grapes in the sun. The ma, reserved for religious ceremonies. And finally there was the peor, the mediocre-rated wine, resulting from the second pressing of grapes and reserved for a less discerning palate. Welcome to constructed with bricks made of mud, limestone. Ancient workers would draw the gallery extraction to cut the stone to maintain the stability of it. In every quarry, dedicated shrines were established to offer protection for the workers. In particular, Serket, the scorpion goddess, was considered a very powerful deity among quarry workers. Every mine and quarry of ancient Egypt included a scorpion charmer who was said to use magical powers to ward off the dangerous insects and keep the workers safe.
Welcome to Agriculture and Season. While crops were cultivated in different oases around the desert, most of the arable lands were near the Nile. The Ptolemaic era created an agricultural revolution with the introduction of advanced agricultural techniques and new grain types such as rice, durum wheat, and pearl millet. The resulting agricultural mass production greatly increased the economy of ancient Egypt. Both bread and beer rations were part of a system of barter payment. The state used those goods to pay wages for those. In order to increase agricultural production, fertile land was divided into plots, and large agricultural villages were encouraged. The 3 seasons known as Akhet, Peret, and Shemu corresponded to a specific phase of the agricultural process and the river's natural changes. Akhet. The pharaoh's duty was to uphold order against chaos and provide for his people, priests and local governors. The story begins with the pharaoh worried for his people. The Nile hasn't flooded in years, and his people are starving. In search of the origins of the flooding, Djoser seeks out Khnum, the protector god of the region and the source of the drought. Djoser gives the god offerings and orders his priests to restore the temple of Khnum. These offerings please the god, and the floods are restored. This story was intended to highlight the importance of the deity in everyone's daily lives, while also demonstrating the crucial role that the priests and the king played in feeding and protecting the people of Egypt.
Welcome to the new grain types of the Ptolemaic period. Later, a sakya, or water. It drew the water to an elevation of 3.5. The threshing process separated the grain from its husk. Winnowing was transporting large amounts of. Having reached Alexandria's inner harbor, grain storage facilities were located across. The sieves used by ancient Egyptians were unable to filter out sand and stones. Grit often passed into the flour, causing long-term tooth abrasions among all classes of Egyptians.
Welcome to Agriculture and domesticated livestock were introduced Pets were deeply cherished in ancient Egypt. Many illustrations of children often One of ancient Egypt's most iconic animals, the cat, wasn't a dog. The earliest reference to dogs dates back to 5000 BCE. They were popular pets as they helped hunters and protected herds. They were closely linked to Anubis, the jackal-headed god. Baboons, monkeys, and even falcons were tamed as pets. Each was mummified and buried with as much ceremony as any family member. Welcome to Leather and Linen in Ancient Egypt. Tanning, a process which dates from prehistoric times, was present although not highly valued in Egypt due to the heat. Leather was reserved mainly for things such as sandals, leather bags, Valued for its coolness and freshness in hot weather, linen was the fiber most commonly used. Various shades were achieved using woad. This area's style is strongly influenced by the dye baths and tanneries of modern-day Fes in Morocco. This helped Ubisoft envision what such locations might have been like in ancient Egypt. While this tannery is within the city walls, back then they were often found outside the city boundaries. The tanner's trade was considered off-putting by the Greeks, as all these operations resulted in noxious smells. Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Fashions. Learning what life was like for ancient Egypt. Jewelry was a popular... The jewelry of the... Though ideal... The fabric... Egyptians believed coal had magical powers. Women and... Prepubescent children generally had their heads shaved. Young girls kept some strands intact, while young boys had a braid worn on the side. Well, it was under the watchful... Ancient Egyptian craftspeople created both art and a wide variety of mundane, everyday tools. Every item created had a specific purpose and was produced by anonymous artisans who worked alone or with a team. Art, in all its forms, has offered not only a practical... In ancient Egyptian culture, drawing was used as illustration, such as seen in the Book of the Dead. It was also the first step in the creation of a relief, painting, or statue. Stylistically, Egyptians were concerned with the depiction of the human form's inner self. An exception to this were scenes depicting hunting. Reliefs could be either in high relief or low relief. Statues were believed to be in it. At the domestic level, most Egyptians were crafted. Located near the Valley of the Kings, Deir. Archaeologists believe the site was home to skilled and respected artisans for over 400 years. It is considered one of the most important discoveries relating to Egyptian daily life. While much of the focus of Egyptian archaeology was on its kings and queens, it wasn't until the excavation of Deir el-Medina that Egyptologists were given a valuable window into the community life of ancient Egyptian artisans. Welcome to the... In pre-Greco-Roman culture, women were considered equal to men in many matters. They owned property, testified in court, could divorce and inherit. Until the Greeks and Romans restricted their rights, Egyptian women could take... Certain professions were open only to... Homes were general... Marriages were a social contract rather than a religion. Status and wealth played a large role in the style and size of ancient Egyptian homes. Commoners' houses were built with sun-baked mud bricks. Wealthier homes were often painted in white and decorated with various motifs. Town officials and the rich lived in mansions with numerous rooms that were luxuriously decorated. Only temples and tombs meant to last for all eternity were built with stone. Funeral stone inscriptions focused on the main member of a household. Encircling this person would then be a spouse, parents, and children, possibly even siblings. These stones were so structured because there were no surnames in ancient Egyptian culture. Parents and children were a sort of family tree, which allowed for the identification of the deceased.
Whoa!
Welcome to Crucifixion. In terms of the severity of Roman justice, crucifixion was at the top of the list of corporal punishment, followed by death by fire and decapitation. The upper class considered crucifixion unworthy of their position. Those lucky enough to have Roman citizenship were also exempt from such treatment. Easily accessible, crucifixions were popular entertainment among the citizenry. Unlike throwing victims to wild animals, which required an arena, crucifixions did not require any particular setting.
Whoa!
Those subjected to crucifixion were almost always slaves, traitors, and lower-class citizens. Roman deserters were crucified because the betrayal of the soldiers was perceived as endangering the lives of Roman citizens.
Whoa!
In 71 BCE, a major slave uprising in Italia was repressed by the Roman army. This resulted in the crucifixion of 6,000 men, including their leader, a slave and former gladiator known as Spartacus.
Whoa!
Welcome to Roman forts. The size of a Roman military camp, known as a castrum, varied significantly depending on how many soldiers it needed to accommodate. However, they all shared common characteristics in design and construction, such as this fort before you, located in Cape Chersonesos. Rectangular in shape, the forts were heavily fortified by ramparts and a ditch system. The walls were reinforced with parapets, essentially an extension at the roofline which allowed a protective barrier for patrolling soldiers. Depending on the availability of materials, access doors on all four sides were each flanked by guard towers. The commanding officer was positioned in the middle of the camp, giving him a clear view of the troops and the main gate. Along with sleeping barracks for the soldiers, the fort also had a granary that was expected to hold rations for a year or longer. To ensure the health of the soldiers, every camp was equipped with medical staff and a hospital. A clean water supply with conduits for a bathhouse and latrines was included in the construction of every fort. Welcome to the Red Pyramid. The Red Pyramid was built 2 kilometers to the north of the Bent Pyramid. It was so named due to the reddish limestone used in its construction. The Red Pyramid reached a height of 105 meters. While the ground level of the Red Pyramid is lower than that of the Bent Pyramid, its height is virtually the same. The task of making the pyramid a geometrical, true flat-face pyramid brought about yet another new design concept, the use of casing blocks. The descending corridor of the pyramid, which opens to the north, arrives at ground level, where 2 almost identical spectacular chambers with high... The annexes of the Red Pyramid consist of a small funerary temple located to the east. A causeway presumably ran due east from the temple, but it has yet to be excavated. The Red Pyramid was structurally sound, and once finished, marked a remarkable design milestone. Finally successful in his attempts to build himself a suitable funerary monument, Sneferu knew his future beyond death was assured.
Welcome to the major regions of Egypt. Life in ancient Egypt was concentrated along the shores of the Nile and divided into two regions. Lower Egypt was situated on the Nile Delta near the Mediterranean, and Upper Egypt was at the south reaching into Africa. Due to its proximity to the Mediterranean, temperatures in Lower Egypt were less extreme than in Upper Egypt. Until 3100 BCE and the unification of Egypt, each region had its own pharaoh and crown. Lower Egypt's crown was red and marked with symbols of papyrus and bees. Upper Egypt's crown was white, with symbols of lotus and sedge grass. Both regions had competing major cities, most notably Memphis in Lower Egypt and Thebes in Upper Egypt. There were different religious cults in both regions, each worshipping their own major gods. Many of the temples were designed in such a way as to represent the two regions, and ceremonies often incorporated Upper and Lower Egypt in their rituals. Welcome to After conquering Egypt in 331 BCE, Alexander the Great decided to build a new city, which, as per his habit, he named after himself. After his death, Alexandria quickly became the capital city of the Ptolemaic kingdom and the most important city of the Greek world.
The city was built between the Mediterranean Sea and Lake Mareotis, which resulted in Alexandria becoming a crucial cultural hub and trading center. Sumptuous buildings could be seen wherever one turned their gaze. The royal palaces, the many temples, the gymnasium, lush public gardens, and large avenues. With its incomparable beauty and advantageous geographic location, Alexandria attracted foreigners, intellectuals, and traders. One of the most cosmopolitan cities of the ancient world, Alexandria supplanted even Athens as the most important Greek city in history. Egyptian obelisks were highly prized by Roman architects. While Roman design previously favored the use of a single monument, Egyptian obelisks tended to come in pairs and were generally located at the entrance of temples. Several ancient Egyptian obelisks are still in existence today, though many are spread out across the world in locations such as Paris, Rome, New York, and London. All of this shows that Alexandria was significantly influenced by the rich past of Egypt. Alexandria had several main streets. Its most famous artery was the Canopic Way. It was lined with sumptuous buildings, houses, and temples, and was roughly 8 kilometers in length. This street was one of the most important shipping entrances to Alexandria and often hosted processions and festivals. The width of the street, 30 meters, was abnormally large even by Greek standards. This is likely because the Canopic Way was made in a short span of time and based on an urban plan, as opposed to being slowly built over time, as was usual for the era. The Canopic Way originated in the western cemeteries, skirted the gymnasium, and then exited the city to head east through massive doorways towards Canopus. This structure was known as the Canopic Door.
Mordeu?
The Greeks have joined us in worship.
Get out of my way! Get out of my way! Stop you! Right there! Hurry! Duchen! Clear the way! Hurry!
Watch out!
Here, cut down.
Whoa.
Ah, get you.
What do you play?
Out of my way! Hey, what? You must die! Hey now! Stop right there! To the masters! Hurry! Die, bastard!
The safety of all in Crocodilopolis.
But greater than that.
I should be cautious around here.
The feather, right?
Move out of the road!
Odin, and lavni nugi gnostis.
Welcome near the district of royal palaces and within the Moseon. Throughout the centuries, fires and wars between Christianity and paganism destroyed the library, leaving nothing behind. While much of the collection was purchased at the government's expense, the library also obtained books through other means. Alexandria offered unrivaled The great minds of antiquity were usually well-versed in many disciplines, which were often... Hypatia of Alexandria was a Greek mathematician, philosopher, astronomer. Callimachus was born in Cyrene and educated in Athens. After his studies, he moved to Alexandria. It was in Alexandria that mathematician Euclid, How do you calculate the circumference of... The earliest known and most complete armillary sphere of antiquity was the meteor... Pythagoras of Samos was a well-known and respected philosopher and mathematician. He is best known for the Pythagorean theorem. However, there is proof that the theorem existed in Babylonia and India long before Pythagoras was born, casting some doubts as to who exactly originated the theorem.
Welcome to the Step Pyramid. The Step Pyramid is at the center of an enclosed... The Step Pyramid is the first monument built. The Step Pyramid complex is enclosed within a 1,600-meter-long wall. While there are 14 doors, only its eastern door was intended to... the only real entrance into the complex. The corridor is lined with 20 pairs of columns up to 6 meters high, built by... Chambers are located on either side of the columns and are thought to be chapels representing the provinces of Upper... Guarded by a line of carved snakes, this tomb is located... A polished limestone staircase leads west from the tomb to underground apartments. Some of these rooms were intended to accommodate... A staircase allowing the pharaoh to enter the... Pharaoh Djoser the Sacred. Djoser was associated with the sky god Horus. The funerary complex was built to resemble Djoser's palace, with the stone carved to imitate mud brick tree. In the corner is a temple referred to as T. The Hebsed festival enabled the pharaoh to maintain universal order. Within the complex of Djoser, southeast of the pyramid, is a dedicated space for this essential ritual. Located in the courtyard, the two pavilions are believed to... The funerary temple is on the north side of the complex, facing the star. The north wall has two observation holes. A statue of Djoser is seated on the throne, wearing a mantle and a tripartite wig with a crown known as a Nemes. Representing the king's Ka, this statue looks through the observation holes into the courtyard, enabling the king to observe the ceremonies and receive offerings in the afterlife. Welcome to Inside. The architect of the Step Pyramid, Imhotep, was a man of great importance. From the design of the pyramid to the elements within the complex itself, Imhotep set out to create something that would immortalize. In addition to the central subterranean palace built for Djoser, 11 wells were dug. Each went to a depth. 2 passages lead underground and branch off in 3 directions to vary. The burial chamber of Djoser is located at the bottom of a 20... Unlike the Great Pyramid of Giza, or Menkaure, the pharaoh's apartments, also known as the Blue Chambers, are decorated with blue. There are 2 long rooms running side by side along a north-south axis. The door frames are made of fine limestone and carved with the king's name. As in the South Tomb, reliefs are carved into the doorways. These reliefs show the king performing rituals and visiting divine sanctuaries for all eternity. Their interiors are fictive additions made by the team to add to the wonders of the tomb. It is clear from the elaborate detail and scale of the complex that this funerary monument was a technological marvel of its time.
Don't forget, you can still use photo mode at any time.
Welcome to the... After the construction of the Meidum Pyramid failed, though the pyramid also proved unstable and was abandoned, the Bent Pyramid was unique in having 2 separate entrances. The chamber of this pyramid was too small. With the Bent Pyramid, architects successfully experimented with a completely new idea: to build the pyramid with a core of huge stones settled on a progressive horizontal design. This way, each construction phase could be completed in a single stage, allowing the architect complete control over every design element. Unfortunately, these precautions did not prevent sagging or cracks in the interior rooms of the pyramid. Sneferu abandoned the monument and began the construction of yet another pyramid. Welcome to Sneferu's first pyramid. With the long reign of Sneferu, the first king of the 4th dynasty. While Sneferu's monument started as a 7-stepped pyramid, it was later altered into... The smooth dressing of the walls did not provide sufficient bonding, however. As well as the smooth sides, it was the first time a ceremonial pavement was built, leading from the valley to the temple of the pyramid. Another innovation was that of the funerary chamber. which was no longer at the bottom of a well, but rather above ground level. This change signaled the beginning of the three-bedroom system. Welcome to Pyramids. During the Middle Kingdom era, the powerful rulers of the 12th dynasty, the plundering of tombs in troubled times prompted the architects of the Middle Kingdom to devise increasingly. The kings of the 13th dynasty began building their pyramids at Masguna, south of Dashur, then moved on to Fayum and Abydos. The kings of... It was not until the Nubian pharaohs of the 25th dynasty that kings were once again buried under pyramidal tombs. In fact, today, the area of ancient Nubia, modern Sudan, contains a record number of 220. Despite their slow decline in use and quality, pyramids continued to fascinate all and sundry up to the Roman era. They remain to this day a symbol of the religious dedication of the pharaohs and the grandeur of ancient Egypt.
Welcome to The Giza Plateau is located on the west bank of the Nile and was considered by ancient Egyptians. The Giza area, now famous for the placement of the Giza monuments, and particularly that of the pyramids, followed a practical yet strict alignment. First, they focused on cardinal points, and then they accounted for the natural geology of the plateau. Welcome to Another theory suggests that the Sphinx, dating from the in order to bring polish to the imposing monument, several blocks of limestone. The Sphinx as a whole was carved. Since antiquity, people have always believed there was a hidden tomb deep within the Sphinx. 12 meters long. While there have been no major discoveries, the first of the main theories, several scientific projects using what the Sphinx of Giza represented during its Amenhotep II. That a popular cultural. The most plausible hypothesis is based on the research of the German historian Ulrich Harman. During the 1980s, Harman compiled medieval sources written by Arab authors. In doing so, he discovered that the Sphinx was once perceived as a favorable omen, a deity supporting sediment-nurturing floods and crops. Around 1378, a Sufi by the name of Muhammad Sa'im al-Dar could not stand this vision of the monument, and in an iconoclastic act, broke the nose of the Sphinx. According to the texts, he was then hanged and burned between the legs of the Sphinx for his crime. Well, natron is a colorless salt. During the ceremonial embalmment ritual, natron was mined in Wadi Natron. Both techniques are still used today and inspired the team in their recreation of the mines located in the mountains northwest of Memphis. Welcome to Fauna of Ancient Egypt. Both domesticated and wild animals were features in ancient Egyptian bas-reliefs. Egypt's terrain allowed for a diverse range of animals, including The Nile was home to many species of fish, along with hippopotami and crocodiles. The wide variety of birds that populated the riverbanks, from raptors and waterfowl to songbirds, were all cataloged within Egyptian hieroglyphic signs. While all animals had sacred meanings, lions in particular represented power and royalty to ancient Egyptians. They were so prized by pharaohs that they were hunted to extinction within Egypt.
Welcome to... The Valley Temple was the first architectural component encountered when one entered the funerary complex. Khufu's causeway ran from the floodplain up to the plateau, linking together the Valley Temple and the mortuary. Fragments discovered by archaeologists indicate that the most impressive private cemeteries of Giza are located east and west of Khufu's pyramid. The Eastern Cemetery was... To the east of Khufu's pyramid reside three small... The northernmost pyramid was most likely meant for Queen Hetepheres, who is believed to have been Khufu's mother. However, in 1925, her actual tomb was discovered nearby by accident. It was hidden at the bottom of a deep masonry pit. Within the vicinity of Khufu's pyramid, the two southern boat pits, each covered by a roof of huge limestone slabs, were discovered in 1954 by the Greek. A few pyramidia have been retrieved. The pyramidia of the pyramids of Giza were never recovered. The reconstitution you see in the game is fictive, incorporating a golden pyramidion bearing inscriptions relevant to Khufu.
Built around 2550 BC, the construction new insights into engineering and ancient. It is interesting to note that the Egyptians had polished their design for precisely oriented north-south to the in order to achieve the shape of a true pyramid. The design materials for the Great Pyramid consisted of quarried limestone blocks. It's estimated that it took between 600,000 and 2 million blocks of stone. While the interior chambers were built with red granite from Aswan, most of the pyramid was made from local limestone, weighing between 2 to 50. The recently discovered logbook confirmed over the centuries, thieves and travelers attempted to access. The main entrance of the Great Pyramid is located 17 meters. The robbers' entrance is reported to attempts to gain entry to the Great Pyramid and uncover its potential secrets continued throughout the centuries. In the 19th century, the belief that another entry existed at the south side resulted in a hole being blasted into the pyramid side, with no results for the damage that was done. While the search is still ongoing today to uncover more hidden rooms and passageways, conservation is the primary concern of all such efforts.
Welcome to the Sanctuary of Apollo. The abundance of temples and statues throughout the altar was located in front of the temple. Carved during the Roman era, the Apollo Cythereid was discovered near the temple. It is the amphitheater of Cyrene. Entrances were placed at both ends of the amphitheater. Since the original theater was close to the cliffside, the expansion didn't allow for a perfect circle. Instead, junctions of the semicircle formed the arena into an oval shape. This elliptical formation still ensured an excellent view from all angles. The team decided to create a perfectly round theater for technical reasons, and used the structure of the Roman theater as their reference. Welcome to the Great Pyramid. While the ascending, the Grand Gallery's purpose is still debated among experts. It may have been intended to align with the stars, act as a buffer. Though a recent scan of the room indicated the presence of an unknown cavity hidden behind the north face of the walls over the descending corridor. Further investigation is still ongoing to ascertain the nature. While the far end of the Grand, for the purposes of the King's Chamber, as in the Queen's Chamber, Khufu's mummy was never found. It is hoped that as of yet undiscovered hidden rooms and shafts of the pyramid may provide an answer as to its location. Welcome to Jean-Pierre. The team wanted to provide players with a sense of exploration and while respecting Houdin's hypothesis as to the general layout of the antechambers. The team wanted the contents to enhance the game experience. In regular royal tombs, the antechambers were filled with all the material goods needed by the Welcome to Jean-Pierre Houdin's theories. Houdin theorized that the ascending corridor with this structure in mind, one can easily assume that the pyramid's entrance would have been connected to the two antechambers. Modern research has revealed that a cavity might be located behind the north face chevrons of the pyramid. As such, the team chose to create this area for the player to explore. Here is where Houdin believes that the priests and noble many theories regarding the construction. Houdin's theory states that this internal ramp followed the sides of this long corridor was the first section of the ascending internal ramp. Through it, the blocks used to build the Great Pyramid would. According to Houdin, the start of the inner ramp was located at the base of the southeastern face of the pyramid. This location would have been the junction point of the external and internal ramps. Below us, workers would have built the lower part of the pyramid with the external ramp before eventually switching to the internal ramp for the middle and upper sections of the pyramid. At that time in the process, they could have reused the material of the external ramp to fill the center of the pyramid, hauling the stones in through the internal ramp. Welcome to Coffray's. Since the very beginning of the Fourth Dynasty, In its standard form, a mortuary, the largest of all such structures, Khufu's direct successor, Jedefre, followed the custom which required each king to establish a new site for their funerary accommodation. Though Khafre's pyramid is smaller than Khufu's, it was cunningly built on a Within Khafre's subsidiary pyramid, a wooden box containing pieces of cedar was discovered by archaeologists. When reassembled, it turned out to be a shrine mounted on a sled. Just as with the solar barges found around Khufu's pyramid, it seems Khafre's shrine and sled were ritually disposed of after his funeral.
Welcome to Menkaura's. The dimensions of Menkaura's pyramid. Menkaura's pyramid contains two sloping passages, both located. While Menkaura's pyramid complex was unfinished at the time of his death, Menkaura's causeway was completed in mud brick by the king's. Three small structures referred to as The easternmost pyramid was built with the traditional rooms and corridors found within a satellite pyramid meant to house the king's Ka. However, a granite sarcophagus was found within, leading to the conclusion that it was used as an actual tomb rather than as a symbolic cenotaph. Drawing on these observations, some assume that this pyramid was first built as a satellite pyramid for the king's Ka, before seeing its purpose change to that of a queen's tomb. Which queen, however, remains a mystery. The well shaft was a 58-meter vertical passage that connected the descending corridor to the grand gallery above. An adjacent grotto may have originally been a small natural well in the bedrock that was enlarged during the tunneling. Whether the grotto was intended for another purpose is uncertain. There is much speculation over the purpose of the well. The chamber also. The subterranean chamber's original purpose remains a mystery. One popular theory is that it was originally meant to be Khufu's burial chamber, but the pharaoh changed his mind, preferring to be buried higher up in the pyramid, which would explain the chamber's unfinished state. Welcome to the Siege of. In the event, upon his arrival in Alexandria, Caesar was presented with Pompey's head. The sight of a Roman murdered by Egyptians did not sit well with him. Caesar. Neither Pothinus nor Ptolemy XIII wished to accede to this demand. While doing his best to aggravate Caesar, Pothinus secretly plotted against the Roman ruler and sent word for Egyptian general Achilles to bring his 20,000 men to fight on his behalf. While Pothinus plotted against Caesar, Cleopatra made a bold move. There are various descriptions of the encounter between Caesar and Cleopatra. One report states that she snuck into the palace alone at night. Another account claims she was accompanied by an ally and was brought inside the palace wrapped in a carpet bag. Though exactly what happened at this fateful meeting is up for debate, what is known is that Cleopatra met with Caesar and earned his approval. Pothinus and Ptolemy XIII. With Cleopatra finally present, Caesar chose to act as mediator between the siblings in the hopes of a peaceful resolution. It did not take long for things to sour. During a banquet given, caught within the palace with roughly 4,000 troops, and with the knowledge that the arrival of enemy forces, with so few men at his disposal, Caesar could not risk a battle just yet. He sent ambassadors to Achilles. Although the palace offered protection, losing the port meant the end of help and support. In either case, the Great Library was not completely destroyed. Where there are accounts of Achilles. During the time of Ptolemy I, canals had been dug throughout Panic erupted in Caesar's men. They wouldn't last long without fresh water. With help from the Allied ships, Caesar's victory enabled him to push the Egyptians back and secure the lighthouse. Caesar attempted to retreat, but Port Eunostos' harbor. Unhappy with Ganymedes and wanting their king restored, the Alexandrians approached Caesar. By this time, a faithful ally of Caesar's, Mithridates, warned Caesar in time. After the siege ended, Cleopatra VII married her younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, enabling her to reign over Egypt until 30 BCE. Under her rule, Alexandria settled into its position within the Roman Empire and eventually surpassed Athens as one of the most important cities in the Roman Empire. Julius Caesar remained in Egypt for a short time. He and Cleopatra would later have a son named Caesarion.
Welcome to the Hippodrome. The most important chariot race was the Tethrypon. Ye hymns that rule the lyre, what god, what hero, aye, and what man shall we loudly praise? Verily Zeus is the lord of Pisa, and Heracles established the Olympic festival. While Theron must be proclaimed by reason of his victorious chariot with its 4 horses, Theron, who is just in his regard for guests, and who is the bulwark of Acragas, the choicest flower of an auspicious line of sires, whose city towers on high, bringing wealth and glory to crown their native merits. The Panean, Pan's attribute was his name. To give proper honor to the god, Alexandrians built an artificial hill upon which they housed his temple to compensate for the flat relief of the city. The artificial mound had the shape of a spinning top or a pine cone, which was accessed by a spiral staircase. The top had a panoramic view of the entire city. Only such heights would be fitting for a mountain god.
Welcome to the Serapeum of Alexandria. In a city of numerous magnificent attractions, the Serapeum was considered to be the most beautiful temple. Visitors of the Serapeum climbed 100 steps to reach the courtyard. Since the 26th dynasty, Greeks in Egypt, Serapis was also associated to other deities, including Asclepius, a Greek god of healing. It is possible that, As with the Serapis Temple of Canopus, the sick would visit this sanctuary, sleeping there overnight in the hopes of being healed within its hallowed halls. Welcome. The Heptastadion was a bridge-like causeway. Since its construction would separate along with creating separate harbors for the commercial and military shipping, the causeway served as a main aqueduct for the island's inhabitants. Its presence also helped protect. While the Serapion was the most celebrated of the temples in Alexandria, both papyri and coins reveal evidence of many temples built for the gods. Poseidon, considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, built on the island of Pharos, essential to safe navigation. For several centuries, the Pharos was one of the highest monuments ever built by man. It measured roughly 110 meters in height, compared to the Pyramid of Giza, which was around 140 meters tall. Gradually, the structure was eroded by earthquakes and then completely destroyed in 1480 CE, when a fort was built over it. Archaeological excavations on the seabed have uncovered many blocks from the ancient building.
Welcome to the Moseon of Alexandria. Herophilus was a physician who lived. In order to be free to pursue their research, scholars were fed and housed at the Moseon at the government's expense. This freedom provided Alexandria's scholars a meeting space for intellectual pursuits and a haven for spiritual peace. Though nothing remains of the original Moseon, it lives on as the legacy of our modern museums. Welcome to the education of young Teaching was here. Both girls and boys are shown attending a class given by one of the rhetoricians of the era. The team made the choice to show both genders attending class within the context of the game world. Even though it is historically inaccurate, the team felt it was not necessary to prioritize historical sexism over inclusive gameplay.
The ports of Alexandria were a major commercial hub, effectively connecting. Food and other artisan work streamed out of Egypt. The wood imported to Port Mareotis through Alexandria's seaward ports was used in the southern port of Lake Mareotis was the banking was one of the most distinctive innovations. By the late 12th century, the channel feeding the lake from the Nile silted up. Lake Mareotis lost its connection to the Mediterranean, as well as most of its water, as the lake slowly evaporated to a fraction of its former size. In modern times, Lake Mareotis is being kept alive through irrigation. However, only about 17% of its original size remains. Welcome to Cleopatra VII Theatre. It is important to understand that during Cleopatra's exile, the Roman Empire was not without its own internal conflict. In June of 47 BCE, Cleopatra gave birth to a son, whom she called Caesarion. Caesar's most faithful ally, Mark Antony, often... The following events remain difficult to confirm due to the many versions and legends around them. It is believed that after hearing a rumor about Cleopatra's suicide, Mark Antony committed suicide himself. He was brought to the queen as he slowly passed away. Knowing that Octavian would have her chained and paraded through Rome in defeat, Cleopatra planned her own suicide. She most likely killed herself with arsenic, though admittedly, the version where she uses an asp to deliver a fatal bite may be considered more dramatic. What happened to the body of Cleopatra is still a mystery.
Welcome to Major... Cyrene's main source of economic wealth was in the cultivation and export of poppies and silphium. Though the opium oil from the poppies was also an export, little is known about this crop. Information about the cultivation of silphium, however, is more accessible to us. Silphium, with its yellow flower, was considered a gift from the sun god. Grown solely in this region near the Mediterranean Sea, silphium extract was exported at high prices and was so crucial to the wealth of Cyrenaica that it was depicted on their coins. Silphium's roots produced a resin used by both the Greeks and Romans in medicines intended to cure cough, fever, indigestion, and many other ailments. It was also used as a contraceptive. In a compilation of culinary recipes from the 4th century BCE, the herb is mentioned in various recipes, including a flamingo dish. High demand, overexploitation, and possibly a shift in climate all contributed to the eventual extinction of silphium. The last mention of it dates from the 4th century CE, and to this day, no traces of this plant have been identified.
Welcome to Flora. The climate and unique geography of the Nile Delta offered a wide variety of plant species. Many of these plants served as sustenance for ancient Egyptians and as crops for trade. The Nile's consistent seasons allowed Egypt to sustain itself for centuries. Possibly the most useful of the plants was the papyrus. This tall sedge plant grew in abundance along the water's edge of the Nile. Commonly known for its use as paper, the ancient Egyptians found many other functions for it, including rope, sandals, and mats. Papyriform boats made from the plant are seen in paintings and reliefs, and were used in ritualistic ceremonies. There were many types of trees along the River Nile, such as the date palm, carob, and tamarisk. Some trees were associated with gods, such as the acacia with Horus. The divinities Thoth and Seshat were depicted inscribing the reign of the king into a Persea tree. The sycamore was connected with the goddess Iset, patron of the ritual of life.
Welcome to... In the 19th century, a major step in conserving Egypt's heritage was taken in 1850. Gaston Maspero, Mariette's successor, expanded and reorganized. A French architect, the team was thrilled to collaborate with Jean-Claude Galvin in order to recreate Egypt for the game. In the 19 exclusive watercolors he created for the team, although ancient Egypt's rich religious culture and its more... Today, archaeology in Egypt relies on an interdisciplinary approach, where traditional Egyptologists are helped by a wide spectrum of scientists from other disciplines and new, non-invasive techniques. GPS data, satellite imaging, and ground-penetrating radar allow archaeologists to gain a sense of what lies underneath the ground before excavating.
Welcome to Alexandria, City of Celebration. Like most Greek cities, Alexandria offered multiple forms of entertainment. Most were related to cults, religious practices, and the festivities surrounding those practices. Among those festivities, the most important ones were the dynastic celebrations, instituted in honor of the deified Ptolemaic kings and queens. These celebrations could go on for many days and included sacrifices, offerings, processions, and public banquets. Games and competitions were organized whenever possible in locations such as the stadium, the hippodrome, and the gymnasium. The residents of Alexandria favored such events where athletes, poets, and musicians from Egypt and other cities of the Greek world competed. Like all good Greek cities, Alexandria had a theater. The architecture of this structure is Roman in style. This is because the team duplicated a theater from Cyrene. Roman theaters were usually semicircular and built from scratch on a flat area with structures designed to enhance oration. Greek theaters were more oblong in shape, similar to a horseshoe, and favored the slopes of natural hills to support their acoustics. At the theater, one could witness the plays of contemporary comic and tragic authors. The play you are witnessing below is Menander's Dyskalos, more commonly known as the Grouch, a late and popular entry in the Greek comedies.
Μανία να γαντάραξε. Τι πράττει. Λόγος πράξης, αλλά...
Whoa.
Της μίσης.
Get out of the way! I must get on this game! No space, keep tight! Out of the way!
I should be cautious around here.
Τις βέλτιστος.
Get up!
Restrain him! Have your guts out! Hey! Can't hear you! Slow down the pursuit! How to get to the others?
Oh.
you